see you looking at me, looking at you. Hold up, where you going? What you doing? Who you seeing? What you need? What you want? I said, without you by my side, my side, my side. Without you by my side. One time from side to side. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. Without you by my side, I can't go outside. One time from side to side.
this damn thing. So there are several spline tools that you can use, whether they're native or third party. And I'm using Spline Tool Pro, attempting to convert the spline points over to a regular spline, or not a regular spline, to a cartographic polygon spline. I don't know how to do that. I'm about to try to figure it out. Well, Fino, thanks for the thumbs up. Thanks for tuning in to my Twitch. Not very exciting yet at the moment, but we're working on it. I'm attempting to copy this spline point over because I have photogrammetry that I want to bring to surround my site, the FedEx Forum. So let me see if I can figure this out quickly. Not sure how easy this process is going to be. Let's see, FedEx, cartographic polygon, FedEx. We've got Spline 2 Pro 8. I'm going to convert this to a mesh and flatten it. With no thickness, error tolerance of 1, treat as closed. Let's accept. And let's go back to perspective and just move that spline up, or that polygon up. And then I think what I can do though is convert the edge of this back to a spline. So let's see, miscellaneous, mesh to volume, convert to BSP, revolve boundary. Let's see, attributes, mesh. I thought that was an option, but maybe that's only in Unreal Engine 6. It's possible that's only in Unreal Engine 6 or 5.6. Let's see, extrude path, extrude polygon, keep grid distance, blah, blah, blah. Yep, I think that's an Unreal Engine 6 feature. But it might be something I can just use. Okay, I might be able to do this then. Let's try this and see if it works. I'm going to open up my library. I'm going to find a 5.6 project that I can open. Let's just do the tutorials one. Thank you. You're looking into it and double checking something. I appreciate it. I'm using Spline Tool Pro. It has a lot of features, but I don't know about like what the process is of copying spline points from one tool to another. And it seems like it should be easy, and it probably is. And maybe I'm overthinking it, but the built-in spline is also different from not only Spline Tool Pro, but the cartographic polygon provided by Cesium, which uses splines to determine where to load photogrammetry. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but let me open up a 5.6 project. I'm going to see if I can maybe copy this mesh over. Let's see, my field of view is a little bit crazy. Set it back to 90. Let's just move this over to the side for a moment. Let me browse for this asset. We're going to call it forum lot, I guess. That might just make it simple. Right click, asset actions, migrate, save. And we're going to say okay. We're going to migrate this over to whatever the name of this project is, tutorials. Content. Which means I may need to open and close and reopen this, but let's see where that went exactly. So right now it's in generated Corey. Let's see, generated Corey forum lot. There it is. We have it. So I should be able to go into the viewport, Control C. I'll go here. Let's just zoom all the way out. Control V. And let's go into modeling tools and extract spline. It doesn't plane cut. I don't. Oh, okay. Open boundary, polygroup loops, which is the same thing as the open boundary, and accept. Now I'll copy this spline. So let's turn this off. Grab the spline. So extract spline is only a Unreal Engine 5.6 feature, and it seems I should be able to take the spline. So let's copy the spline actor, move this over, paste. All right, so we have a spline. Now can I convert this to a cartographic polygon? I'm so glad that I have a powerful enough machine to run multiple instances of Unreal. All right, let's put this in FedEx Forum. Actually, no, this was supposed to go into Cesium. And then I can delete this spline tool 81. So spline actor 46. Now, can I copy this spline? Wonder if I can use it. No, it's not going to work. Select all spline points. Spline copy worked too. At least I learned something that's new. Yeah, migrate. Been doing migrate for everything. Copy paste just doesn't work for that asset. Yeah. Extract spline. Yeah. So yeah, 5.6 has the new extract spline feature. So I just opened a 5.6 project. Unfortunately, you can't just use copy paste because in the engine, when you create a new asset, it's only created in memory, not on the drive. So I have to save that asset, and then it's created. It's created in memory first as a mesh. If the program crashes and you don't hard save, Control Shift save, that file never exists as a U asset file. So you have to hard save and then migrate. So migrating actually prompts you to do a hard save. And then you migrate that asset over into a new project, and then copy and paste works from one project to another. But if the asset doesn't exist in the second project, you can't paste over. Like the copy and paste won't work. It only copies the data in the viewport, like the coordinates and the coordinates of each spline point. So only like mathematical data gets copied, but the actual mesh won't paste over if the mesh doesn't exist in the new project. So I had to learn that the hard way, because I'm like, why the fuck can't I just copy it over? Because the program understands, like, the face data enough to just calculate and then paste it over, but you can't copy objects. You have to migrate them. While you can copy data. So if the objects exist in both projects, the data will translate and display that object in the second project. So got the spline, but now I need to figure out how to convert it to a cartographic polygon. The problem is I don't want to recreate this spline from scratch. So let's see, let's just do a quick Google. Convert spline to cartographic polygon, Unreal Engine. Use geometry script libraries, simple polygon functions, or the Cesium Unreal plugins. Sample spline points and create a polygon for a mesh component. For clipping Cesium tiles, add a calligraphic polygon actor to the level, define its shape, and then add it to the polygons array. Well, duh. But that doesn't tell me how to. So convert spline to polyline node. Yeah, there's not enough people like trying to do this for this information to really be out here. A cartographic, let me say it correctly. A cartographic polygon is basically a spline that's used to cut cesium tiles. All right, so you see this big circle that I have here? That is a cartographic polygon. Basically, it's a set of spline points, but cesium uses that information to, like, I can tell cesium to use that information to render specific 3D tiles. All right, so if I invert this, this is all cesium, real-time Google 3D imagery. It's low quality when you get up close to it, but I want this to load around my site, which currently is the FedEx Forum. So the cesium data is on top of or underneath my geometry that I created for the FedEx Forum. But right now, this site is where my cartographic polygon is, and the outside of this area, this medical district area, is what's loading around the cartographic polygon so that this site can be freed of all that photogrammetry. Now I have one that's a circle, so if I switch the cartographic polygon to the circle, it'll cut out the circle, and then I can invert it to only load that circle. And then I have another one that cuts out the center of that circle, which then only loads the circle minus this site. But then I can invert that as well, and it will load the center of the site, but it'll also load everything around the circle. So I'm attempting to create another cartographic polygon that only surrounds this site so that I can load all the photogrammetry around it. But I want to eliminate the need to draw the spline manually around my sidewalk. So let me invert this again and choose circle or center. Okay. Around the sidewalk, since I've drawn a spline to build this sidewalk around this site, I now want to be able to extract that spline from the sidewalk, which is like it's not really procedural generated sidewalk, but the sidewalk mesh is populated along the spline using Spline Tool Pro. So I want to convert that to basically a clip. I almost have what I need. So I do have the spline data, but if you look over here in my main view, um, basically, if I select my sidewalk, this is a Spline Tool Pro. Let me see, you probably can't see it. So Spline Tool Pro, which uses a different way to like calculate and manage the spline. And then the built-in spline actor. But then these are the cartographic polygons, which is a very specific type of spline actor. And then inside of that is a polygon. So let me see if I can I copy this and paste it here? I don't know. I'm just guessing at this point. This is how I learn everything. I fuck shit up until it works. Reparent the spline. Yeah, that's what I think I might have done, but I don't think that's gonna give me what I'm looking for. So let's try it. Oh nope, it's loading in the circle still. You should be able to copy spline points and just paste them. So let's see, use the convert spline to polygon blueprint node from geometry script library. Provide the use spline component as a target for the node. The node will sample the spline's points and create a polygon. You can use polygon data to generate a mesh for a dynamic mesh component, for example. Okay, so yes, it is a polygon. All right, so let's click through here and see. Cesium cartographic polygon actor. Custom Cesium cartographic polygon from Spline. There we go. Cesium community. Someone has the answer, I think. I have a spline in my editor, which I imported from Blender. Would like to use it for clipping. I've done something similar, which is to read in a set of longitude, latitude points and spawn a cesium polygon. You then add a CCP. Insane feature. The post above explains how it can be done. Did that not work for you? I hate that these guys from Cesium, like, they take other people's answers as the answer instead of saying, hey, we can implement that as a feature. This looks like a lot of work. All right, create Cesium poly, make array, set. That's a lot of work. Somebody should like give me these nodes. Hell no, I'm not gonna try to figure that out. And see, that's the thing. It's blueprint, yeah, and like I'm just learning this stuff like randomly. I'm not well versed in visual scripting to know exactly, like, if I look at someone else's blueprint setup to know exactly how to set that up. But it appears no one has created a tutorial. Once you have the shape you want, click on Cesium World Terrain in your world outliner, add a Cesium Polygon Raster Overlay component, select the new component. In the details panel, you'll see an array called polygons. Add an element to that array and set the cartographic polygon you previously added. The tile set should automatically update with that area masked out. If it doesn't, okay, let's see. Cesium Polygon Actor can be used to the actor level. Okay, that doesn't give me the solution that I'm looking for. Main material. Some tiles with polygon aren't excluded. Let's search. Control F. Spline. Nothing. No mention of the spline. trying to get one thing done and all of a sudden have to learn a whole new thing. That's my life right now. That's this whole thing, this whole process of building in here has been that, but I usually can find a good workaround. I can usually find a good workaround to a problem that no one else has seemed to ever had before. And there aren't a lot of people using this like process, and some people that are actual coders and software developers usually can create their own solutions. But I'm more of the creative, like visually creative guy, and I can reverse engineer and dissect code and then figure out usually how to make things work. But let me do another search real quick. Spline to polygon. Unreal Engine. Convert spline to polygon node. Well, there's 5.6. So Blueprint API. Convert spline to polygon. Simple position from you. Spline component to a simple polygon based on the given sampling options. Inputs. All right, so how do we find this? This doesn't tell me anything. Geometry script. Yeah, see, I don't know anything about geometry scripting. And I appreciate it. I think there is an awful lot of money in this. I mean, like a significant amount of money in this. So really, we're talking digital twins, AEC, architecture, engineering, construction, DEM. Which is, I think DEM is the term. Electrical or DE something. Architectural visualization, obviously. Simulation, digital twin technology. I am the guy that created the digital twin Reddit. So if you go to Reddit and search for digital twin, that's my subreddit. So we talk a lot about how we can use Unreal Engine and other real-time visualization tools to create digital twins of real cities. But we're talking like down to the precision that allows you to see exactly where each car is parked and what the temperature is and how many people are occupying a certain building, what the weight is of each floor of a skyscraper, like all those data points through Internet of Things sensors being brought into the engine in real time, and then being able to simulate gameplay on top of that so that the people who live in these communities can have a virtual life in a sim game and then be able to see an architect's proposal from some BIM model be implemented in the game before they break ground in real life. That's what I'm proposing with this project, which is why I'm taking the time to build well-known venues, for my demo, so that I can get some backing and get the city of Memphis behind the project. Because once people are like just hype on social media about, oh my God, there's the FedEx Forum, there's the Pyramid, and there's all these well-known buildings from Memphis in this game, maybe the city will see the value in such a project. All right, so let's see. Geometry script, simple polygon, add a polygon vertex, convert spline to polygon. So, okay. Blueprint API, geometry script, convert spline to polygon. So maybe that's a thing. I just don't know how to access that. So first, let's go over to plugins. Let's search for geometry script. It's enabled. Create a blueprint. So create a new blueprint actor that will contain your spline and the geometry script logic. So I already have a blueprint actor. Add a spline component to your blueprint. Implement geometry script logic within your blueprints event graph. Okay, so let's go to, I guess it is technically, is it not a blueprint? Oh, I guess it's not. Yeah, smart city aspect is very, very ambitious. I mean, extremely ambitious, but especially for Memphis, because Memphis doesn't have smart city shit. They can hardly supply good gigabit internet throughout the city. We hardly have a good power infrastructure. You know, so extremely ambitious for where I am, for sure. If I was in Dubai, they'd be all over this shit. But many cities have already implemented their smart technology, and they have procedural tools that are allowing them to rip the, I guess, spline data from, you know, different geographic softwares, as well as from point clouds and LiDAR. And they're using AI to process that data and bring in those buildings. Something similar to what like Microsoft Flight Simulator does, where Flight Sim does not give you the level of accuracy that reflects like real, you know, let's say data down to the building level, to the point of view. Whereas if you're in a plane, everything is going to look accurate, but once you get down on the ground, you'll notice some things that are generated from the artificial software doesn't give you like real one-to-one scale placement of windows and the facade design. But there are tools, like if you take if you train something on Google Street View and correlate that with the 3D tiles and the latitude, longitude, like just the positioning of the camera for the street view location, you can probably process those images, and it'd be a lot of processing power that would be needed to then rip the actual geometry for those buildings that are accurate enough to give you a basis to work with. But I don't have enough data, like knowledge, to know how to go that far. So everything that you see here, like this is all like handcrafted using these 3D tiles. So I'm gonna set this back to center, and then we're going, and this is what I've come up with so far. And then of course I'll go into street view and to some of the cameras, some of the photos that were taken by just random people on Google Street View. And I have gameplay. I have the ability to do a third-person gameplay and run through the interior and, you know, just check the accuracy. Still gotta add my doors and stuff, but, you know, just imagine that these tools were production ready. see. Geometry script. Let's try to get this working real quick. I'll give it 5 minutes. If I can't figure it out, we'll manually do it. Implement geometry script logic, blueprint. So I think I need to create a blueprint. So I'll go to Spline Tool Pro. Maybe I'll make a new folder for splines. Let's create a blueprint. I think it just needs to be a regular actor, but I don't know. Let's see. Okay. We'll call this FedEx Forum. Call it CP underscore FedEx Forum for cartographic polygon. Add a spline component to your blueprint. This will be the spline that you want to convert. So let me just put this blueprint out here in the world. Let me see if this is how we do this. They don't really give me details, so I'll learn as I go, I guess. Let me lock the spline that I just created, the blueprint I created, and then I'll lock the spline in another window. So the way I have this set up is, to my left, I have the outliner, and then I have 2 details panels. I'm using Windows Power Toys and the fancy zones to create these zones that I can just, wait, I forgot I had 2 programs open. Let me close one of these. Or better yet, can I minimize? Let me minimize everything and just open one. All right, so I can shift drag and then just place these child windows from Unreal Engine into each zone. And I can create my own zones to help lay out and keep all of my windows out of the Unreal Engine editor window. So I have 2 details panels, well, 4 details panels. So 1, 2 here, and then 1, 2 here, which Unreal Engine gives you 4 of everything. 4 content browsers, details panels, viewports. And then I have my content browser, plugins, fab, editor preferences, project settings. In one details panel, I have world partition and world settings. In the other, I usually keep take recorder and everything that's sequence related. But this allows me to lock different actors into different details panels so that I can, copy paste the data. So let's see if I can copy this spline into the blueprint. Great. That means that I can maybe delete this spline actor. And I can delete this mesh. I don't need that anymore. All right, so I've got the spline actor. I'll feel really happy if this works. The original spline, well, it's a new spline now, so I copied the spline over into my blueprint, so technically I still have it, and I can use it the same way. The other spline was a spline, well, it was a converted spline, but I think I still have the spline, whereas I can go and drop a new spline into the scene and then copy this back over from one detail panel to the other. Let's see. Implement geometry script logic. So I need to open my blueprint. Let's move this up to my FedEx folder. Actually, no, let's move this up to cesium. I can delete this other one. Let's edit blueprint. Let's go into event graph. Or construction script if you want it to update automatically, implement the following. So get spline component. And I'm reading this right now from AI. I heard that. I'm that way with all kinds of stuff. Once bitten, twice shy. Let's see. Get a reference to your spline component called convert spline to polygon node. So I don't think get spline total length is what we're looking for. Calculations, get scale, distance, get auto distance, add spline point. I'm not seeing that on here. Get total spline length. Returns a 2D vector with start and end points along the spline. I think that's more of a measurement thing. All right, let's Google again. Spline component property reference, blueprint spline components. This doesn't tell me anything. Let me think. Can I? So this isn't even showing up in the blueprint here, like to reference it. And I don't think I can just. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, well, there's our spline. I'm winging it. I'm winging it. Convert spline to polygon. And the target. And the convert spline to polygon node takes a sampling option struct. You can adjust parameters with this struct to control how the spline is sampled into polygon vertices. For example, number of samples or distance between samples. Sampling options. Okay. And then output to simple polygon. So create simple polygon list from simple polygons. Convert or spline to polygon. That's what I got right now. Output to simple polygon. The node will output a simple polygon struct. So output. Is that one? No. Returns a specified simple polygon from a polygon list. I don't think this is right. It looks like I need to hire a professional. Okay. Two. Let's see. Cam. Desk. Which one do we got? Damn. Okay. The convert spline to polygon node takes a sampling options structure. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I wish it would just give me like the relative. Let's see, add reroute node, make geometry script spline sampling options, which state tree, property reference, get property reference. Yeah, I don't think that's all of this is necessary. Number of samples, error tolerance. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Except I don't know what's number of samples. I don't really know what that means either. So it's a matter of like just Googling shit all day, and then you either get it to work or you don't. But I don't know. I'm gonna YouTube it real quick and see if someone has done this before. Oh, that's a good idea. I mean, I know I can convert splines from borders using Unreal Engine, but to go about it this way would be fantastic. Convert splines to static. I mean, it's not giving me what I'm looking for. I don't think anybody has run into this particular issue. Wow. What's funny is okay, maybe not. I don't know. I just did a search for this and like my video came up and I'm wondering if Google in real time is sampling my voice, because I know that if I search for keywords in YouTube, sometimes they'll pull up videos where people are specifically saying those things. All right, we'll look at a few more websites, and if I don't figure this out, then I'm going to save it for another day. Spline railing. And of course, I can just go and draw something. I guess that will be kind of easy, but I really wanted this to go up alongside the sidewalk to make it a cleaner cut. So we're going to table this, and then I might just go and get someone to show me how they would accomplish this. I'm just going to keep it right there for now. And what I'll do, let's drop this one down a bit, get it out of the way. Is I'll invert. Let's close that. Control Shift Save. Let's invert our polygon, or we're going to cut off cesium altogether temporarily. See, cesium georeference, cesium tiles. Let's take a new cartographic polygon. So cesium. How did we find that? It's been a while. All right, cesium cartographic polygon. Let's do a plus. All right, let's figure out where that is. It's all the way over here. Let's Control X. Let's go back down here. Right click and paste here. Perfect. And we'll just go top view. And then we'll half-ass move this around our site. Now, once I figure this out, I guess I'll have to do a tutorial for anybody that wants to learn how to convert a spline to a cartographic polygon. But this will do, because at least then I can just draw my road, create a custom road around this, and force cesium to load somewhere near the road instead of just having it surround the entire sidewalk, which is where I want it. But this would do. I'm just picky, and I like for things to look like almost pixel perfect. Now we're going to apply this. I'm going to rename that polygon. We're going to say CP underscore FedEx forum. Let's change these also to say CP. So let's copy. Let's make it a little bit cleaner. There we go. Okay, and let's turn cesium back on and refresh the tile set. Let's invert it. Now, as you can see, everything loads around it, but we got this harsh cut here. It would be much more attractive if I could get that cut right along the sidewalk. We'll save that for another day. I don't want to bore you. But this is good enough. So now my player, let's Control Shift Save, can walk out oh wait, it's hidden in game. Let's select it, cesium tiles, hidden in game. So now I can turn that off and play test. So what I'll do real quick, let's turn cesium off for a second and let's turn on all of our gray boxes. Let's see, static mesh buildings, let's turn it off and back on. And at least these buildings that are downtown, honestly, let's see, static mesh buildings, detailed buildings. Let's right click, select all descendants. Let's turn it off and see what happens. Okay, those are just my detailed buildings, got it. All right, so let's take gray boxing and gray boxing 2. Select all descendants and set these to be hidden for now. 2,369 meshes that I have created for gray boxed buildings. So Control Shift Save. Jesus, I've been putting in work, and let's turn on game mode. There we go. It always sounds like I'm saying gay mode. Game mode. Let's unlock these panels. And let's close our accordions again and then re-enable cesium tiles. Save and play. Yep. Oh man. Once I go from gray boxing to like polishing, it's it's rewarding to me. It can definitely be boring for the streaming. Welcome to world famous Bill Street. Shit looks garbage. Come on, Google. give us higher detail in cesium, please. So from a distance, these buildings look kind of good. Let's turn off cesium and turn on off game mode. Yeah, buildings look kind of nice. I'm ready to start back working on those buildings though. I'll take that as a win, as a W. Okay, let's invert cesium again. And let's start adding some little details. Light pole. I already got one somewhere. Over here. Let's take this one. Let's paste it here. Get a bitch a little rotation. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just needs to be good enough. We can make it look pretty later. This is one of my favorite things to do right here. It's just like staging. This one's significantly smaller. I don't know why, and I don't care why. Probably has something to do with the light shining into those windows. So let's just scale it down. Yeah. And I can always go back later and replace this with a new blueprint of a different pole. Yo, so tell me about your projects you're working on. I'm assuming you joined the stream, you saw Unreal Engine. What kind of project are you working on? Let's see, these are all one single facing poles. Okay, we got a couple more doubles on this side. So let's control copy and edit, paste here. You know, it's probably a better choice because it's going to paste it directly on the sidewalk where I want it to be. And I know that I can also use some spline tool to populate blueprints across the level. So let's copy that. Because instancing all of these out and then having them populated on a spline, it'd be nice if I can just load in some of the I forget what it's called. There's data that you can download that tells you exactly where street signs, light poles, different features in the world are located in the city. And usually it's in some sort of like spreadsheet format with coordinates and elevation. That's what I really need to learn. I could make really good money if I knew how to extract that data and just auto populate an environment. All right, so this is much quicker than manually dragging off and duplicating the asset. If I just use paste here, it'll already be set up how I copied it. Creating these assets is what took the longest time. See, edit, paste here. And when I get my custom keyboard in, oh boy, I'm going to be very excited to be able to bind these macros. Should be able to just hover my mouse somewhere and then push a button and then have these actions just happen. A space mouse might come in handy. Right now, we're just going to grind it out with hard labor. And then when I raise $500,000 to finish this project, which people think I'm crazy because they say, like, how are you going to do that? I'm like, buddy, with $0, I'm doing amazing work as it is. Somebody's going to see this shit and say, what can you do with if we multiply that 0 by 500,000? Well, then I can hire some people who can help me figure out how to convert a spline to a fucking polygon. Jeez. No wonder Grand Theft Auto costs however many $1 billion. This is 100% the wrong type of light pole. Okay, that makes sense. The infamous Main Street light pole. I thought I had some of those in here already. Let's see. Imported content, imported assets, light fixtures. It's not in here. Must be in a different project. That's okay. I will change these a little bit later. We're just going to go ahead and get them in here. Just for the visual aesthetic. So that when we test the scene, we can have real lights. Okay, copy. And then it'll be an easy asset swap once I get the actual light fixture that I want. As I've seen on Reddit several times this week, just make it. Make it ugly. Just make it exist, and then you can make it pretty later. So, this is making it exist. Although some will say this version of making it exist is much more produced and detailed than like what they're able to do in a short period of time. It's about understanding the tools and how to kind of make shortcuts for yourself. Because although I can use a spline, the old me would have like just manually dragged the asset into the scene. These light poles get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then I would have like manually moved it down the Z axis to get it to align to the sidewalk elevation. Because sometimes the end button doesn't even work. And that's a collision problem. I do need to preview my player collisions too. So let's copy with that rotation. Edit, paste. So I created some light poles recently for the main part of the scene. And they look all right. I think the more time consuming part of this whole thing is going to be optimization. Because as of right now, a lot of these meshes that I've created by hand are not optimized for low-end systems. It's like separate components, separate materials, no baked textures, none of that. But, you know, I'm making it pretty now. My graphics card can handle it. Okay. Looks like we need to copy over our light fixtures. So let me grab area light. Copy, paste. We'll give that number 19. Pull it up in the air. So let's hit copy. Let's right click, paste here. Let's go back into Street View. And let's see if we can put ourselves down in the lot. Okay, so there are two right next to each other. Okay, good to know. So let's paste this one a little lower, edit, paste here. missing any? Nope. I haven't put my speakers in here yet, though. That's something I do want to go ahead and add at some point. One detail at a time, I guess. So now I can invert that cartographic polygon. And this will somewhat give me the height that these stairs need to be. There's no way this is this tall. Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it is. All right, light poles are there. So let's go to a nighttime view. Let's grab an ultra dynamic sky. And then put that right there. I think that would make more sense. All right, so click on the ultra dynamic sky and we're going to lock it here. That way we can change our time of day. Now I do need to convert this light lamppost area light into a blueprint. I guess I can do that real quick. Let me think how I want to go about it though. Convert it to a blueprint, put everything at 0, add a light fixture, add a light asset to it. Okay. So imported assets, light fixtures, area light. Let's create a blueprint class, actor, and let's go into geometries. Bring them in here. Man, that looks nice. I do need to rename these. So let's do that real quick. Area light pole. Area light glass, and then area light emissive. I'm going to double click on the pole and make sure that's a nanite enabled. Let's go ahead and save. Okay, and then I'm going to just drag those back in there so that the names can be correct. And then add, let's see, directional light, point light, rectangle light, I don't know. Spotlight, I think it's really point light that we need. intensity units. Let's go lumens. Let's right now just set it to 10. Bring the attenuation down a little bit. I don't know if how this is going to work intercepting with everything. Let's look at the source radius and the source length. So how small is it going to be if it's set to 1? Let's go 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. And source length. $50. Okay, let's maybe go 40. All right, source radius. This being a nanite mesh makes it look really freaking weird. So let's double click on it and let's set nanite. Let's see. LOD settings. Number of LODs 1. Preserve area. You would think that it would be an LOD issue. So there's 1 LOD. Sometimes it just doesn't make sense to enable nanite for these small things. But that's something I can optimize later. I'll probably just do nanite like all at once I'm ready to start that optimization, because we have these little like tiny details which, if nanite were optimal already, it would know, like, based on the camera position, this is when I want you to load those different LODs, and nanite should be an LOD that loads at a specific distance, not all at once all the time. So let me disable it for now and apply these changes. And let me just keep all my detail in there for now, so that I don't have to deal with fixing one problem and creating another one. Okay, great. Compile, save, close it. All right, area light. So BC area light, I can have that selected in my viewport or in my content browser. We'll go here and I should be able to replace all of these. Let me try one at a time. So let me grab this one and see if I can replace area light 17. Can I? It's giving me a scene. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll grab area light underscore pole. All right, I'm going to bring those into the area light folder. Let's hit enter. Okay. And then everything else I can delete. Now I should be able to select these. And then I should be able to replace these with the blueprint. Let's try that. Nope. Doesn't look like I can. It's got to be a static mesh. All right, so easy fix though. Let's just drag it into the scene. And it looks like there are going to be (22). So grab my blueprint, move that into the folder, and then let's duplicate it 21 times, I guess. And all we have to do now is just copy and paste locations. So if you want to see what I'm doing, we're grabbing area pole 4, shift right clicking location, and then area light 4 blueprint, shift left clicking location, and then it automatically placed my blueprint where the static mesh is. Now, if I was smart, I would have done this from the start. But you learn by doing better than you learn by watching. Whoops. One of my teachers told me that there are 6 different ways to do everything. Another way that I could accomplish this is to use a spline system and then place points on the environment where I want these light poles to spawn, and then populate the poles on the spline points. And that's another way of making this happen without having to manually go here and place these poles. That way, when I have everything populated on spline points, I can also populate on top of that the attachments to these poles. Speakers, banners. And that's where PCG comes in. All right, 15. Okay, we got 14 and 14, and then we got 16 and 16. 16 should go on 16, so I messed up. Perfect. Now I should be able to delete these poles. We're missing one pole. Which one is it? Maybe two. So this one is 12. So 12 needs to go here. Okay. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go back through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Great. So now those are blueprints, and any modification I make to the attenuation of the light in the blueprint will automatically update all of them. Great. So let's do let's save and play. See what this looks like at night. You say you do artwork for streamers and YouTubers. My IG is 901 CORY Owens. Corey with no E. Last name Owens. OWENS. Hit me up on Instagram. I do a lot of my own artwork because I do branding, marketing, graphic design, but I'll still check out what you provide. All right, definitely need some lighting sources in here. All right, even though I'm using mega lights, I'm pretty sure that my lighting isn't optimized at all. And I'm okay with that, I guess. But let's go back to day. I'm excited to work on these other buildings. All right, I just followed you. Thank you. think of what I want to do next. I really do want to start on this parking lot. So let's invert. And let's take a look. It's in a book, The Reading Rainbow. It's really interesting how Google projects its imagery. And uses LiDAR to determine how deep these footprints for these buildings go. It's like the LiDAR doesn't really pick up the ground, or there's a separation process for like concrete or the structure of a building. Because I've noticed that when you go underneath the ground, it'll show some of the building elevation. And we have to remember, Memphis is built over the flood level, which all these buildings have basements, and there are passageways like under the building. There, all of Bill Street, for example, used to be one level below the ground. So it makes me wonder, like all this space that's underneath here that cesium picks up and projects these images on, like how that data gets calculated. Because the LiDAR will scan the details of the buildings, and then the Google Streetcar is what captures most of the imagery and stitches them together on top of that LiDAR data. It's really interesting. It's just, like, it's kind of cool. 10 years ago, I would have looked at this and thought it was the most amazing thing ever, coming from The Sims. Oh, we missed a sign. I really need to make this a blueprint as well. Group 29. You know, it's weird that even though I give all these assets names inside of SketchUp, that the names don't come over in the mesh. They come over in the outliner, which is weird. But let's take all of this. I'm going to combine this anyways, so I'll probably deal with that later. Let's go ahead and grab. Yeah, I wish this was as easy as playing The Sims. detail at a time. I think what I could do for this ramp is draw this on a spline. So very easily, I should be able to make a rectangle. So let's go to modeling mode, rectangle. We're not going to align to normal. Just gonna paste it right there. Adjust the width. Just rotate it like so. Let's pull it up. And this will help me figure out how big I need it to be. Now, I don't think there's a way that I can, I really do wish Street View would go everywhere. Let's go ahead and move our little guy. If it'll let me grab him. Damn, can I grab a guy? Photosphere, photo path. Damn, let me grab you. Okay, I can just click here. There we go. Now it's a shame I can't really put this anywhere up there. I'm just gonna have to go and start taking 100 pictures of everything and then use those as my reference, because otherwise I'm guessing at what these profiles should be. No biggie. That's fine, I guess. Move this over. And the easy thing to do here would be to subdivide. So let's go to polygroup edit. We're going to grab this. Well, actually, I don't need to grab the face. We're going to insert edge loops, set it to even. Let's do 24. I can make this a square by 24. Actually, yeah, we'll go ahead and do it. Okay, done. Let's select faces only. Ooh. Very nice. Looking at your work that you just sent me. Tight. Is there a streamer using some of your work right now that like you're really proud of? Like someone who streams frequently? I would love to see how people are using your art. All right, let's do I want to do an extrude. extrude. Instead, I'll insert an edge loop. I'm going to set it to proportion offset. And we're just going to throw it about right there on this side. And we'll do the same thing here. And it doesn't have to be perfect. I don't care that much. We'll grab, let's hit done. Let's grab all these faces. All of these faces. Let's pull them up. All right, let's grab these points. Let's pull them out like this. Just make it wide enough. Let's do the same thing here. And can we select an edge loop? Yep. We'll give it a bevel. We want more subdivisions. Let's look at that from the side. And the bevel distance, we'll make it kind of tiny. Doesn't need to be huge. Looks good to me. Let's hit accept. And I do want there to be just, I guess curvature doesn't really matter here. This isn't a residential road. All right, so curvature doesn't really matter. We don't need to go too over the top. Let's accept. Project UVs. We'll do box projection, auto align fit, and we'll go 500. Accept. And then edit materials. There's going to be a road material and a sidewalk material. Let's set the sidewalk as the primary. We'll go angle, filtered, make this a little bit smaller, and just grab all of this. It's interesting how you, well, I mean, I guess for animation this makes sense, but topologizing everything when Unreal Engine triangulates it at the end of the day. It's like goes to show that good topology doesn't really matter unless you're dealing with subdivision and animation. And let's add a new material, array, select that array, and then assign active material, accept. We don't know what that material is going to be, but I can go and grab a pavement or cement or concrete. I don't know. Let's do material instance filter. So stone pavement. Let's see what that looks like. Edit materials and paste. No, concrete pavement. And I think that would be good enough. Let's do poured. Let's search poured. We don't have any poured concrete, so let's go to fab. Search poured concrete. And we got rough concrete, which might be all right. Smooth concrete. Let's see what this looks like. I'll just go ahead and add smooth concrete, medium quality. And we'll place that here. accept. I need to go to polygroup edit, face selection, select all, recalculate normals, and that's much cleaner looking. I can add a gutter and all that other stuff later, but since this is only going to be viewed from a distance, it doesn't really matter. It's polygroup edit, or no, I can just stretch this bad boy. Or polygroup edit, grab everything, and something like that is a lot more reasonable. All right, that's pretty nice looking. So let's go to favorites, spline, spline tool pro. We're gonna drag this into the scene. Rotate it. If you could be making something cool for my channel, let me know what you charge for your work and I will consider it. I've had a lot of people reaching out asking me if they could make my channel art, and I did plan to make it myself since I do that type of work for most of my streams. I just haven't taken the time to do it. But yeah, let me know like what you charge for that type of work, and I would be happy to consider. Now I think I'm gonna have to go top down view for this. So let's go top. I just can't get up close to it, I bet. And even though I'm in top view, it feels like I'm still looking at this from an angle. This isn't going to be perfect until I get back into perspective view. And we'll probably end about here. So let's go back. Perspective. And what we have to do now is change the elevation and then hit end on the keyboard to drop this down to the surface. When you're using splines and populating meshes along splines, you have to use Spline Tool Pro or some other third-party spline tool, whereas something like Dash will populate your splines. I don't know why it does this. I'll have to go from here. Dash will populate your splines or your mesh along the spline, but it will what am I trying to say? It won't bend the mesh and curve the mesh based on the mesh's subdivisions, but you have to have it subdivided because Spline Tool Pro will bend the mesh based on how subdivided it is. And that's something I learned recently with creating my sidewalks. Every mesh that I create is custom. I'm usually not downloading meshes unless I absolutely have to. And my favorite tool to use to create meshes is the cube. I'll drop a cube in the scene and I'll make modifications to that cube to get the desired shape. And then I'll add bevels and whatever else after the fact. But that has worked out in my favor. And then my graphic design background helps me understand how these curves should work. All right, so let's see if we can get this elevation right. Probably something like that. Once I populate the spline across this, it should be pretty easy. Man, that looks crooked, but it's not because of me, it's because of the data. So I think I want to drop this one down just a little bit. And we'll take this spline point. Let's see if we can copy it back that way. And let's grab this mesh in the content browser. Let's rename it. So this is going to be parking garage path. And then we'll grab our spline and populate this along the spline. Let's turn off our numbers. Let's invert cesium. And we can delete this out of the scene now. And that looks pretty damn good, not gonna lie. Looks pretty damn good. It's a good start, at least. All right, so that gives us a path that we can walk on, drive on. Now let's look at how make it feel a little more straight. And then, of course, we want it to end here. Actually, probably should delete this one. Let's reinvert that cesium stuff. Yeah, this is pretty good. So if I want to go back and make changes and I find that the performance is not great, the easiest thing would be to click on my spline tool, disable the mesh, and then make the changes as needed. So let's go from here, I think, and we'll make it end right there. And we'll delete this one. And let's rotate this around. And then re-enable the mesh. And let's rename it. Parking garage path. There we have it. It's a good start. Straighten some things out a bit. I'm big into music production, so the analogy that I have for Unreal Engine and the way that I use to like compare it is that it's like FL Studio. There are much better tools for creating games and whatnot. FL Studio is quoted as being the fastest way from your brain to the speakers. I think Unreal Engine has a similar user experience. I've learned with all the 3D software that I use, Unreal Engine is the fastest way to have it take an idea out of my head and get something on the screen. Now, that does not necessarily mean that it's optimized. But I can worry about optimization later. Post, I get so many Instagram notifications. I can't keep up. All right, there we go. Save. Spline 2 Pro has saved my life. All right, so let's go to, let me grab the mesh from this and let's see what the collision is. Let's go collision, add box simplified, and then delete the box simplified. Control Shift Save. I should be able to drop a car on here now. Do I have any cars in the scene already? I think so. If I go to data, pawns, or vehicles, data, thought I had vehicles in here. Static mesh props, maybe. Vehicles. Let's see, BMW, Chevy Impala, Ford, Jeep. I'll grab a sedan car. Let's Control X and right click, edit, paste here. No, not that sedan car. Let's grab this one. Ah. I thought I pressed delete. I pressed duplicate. Edit. Paste here. All right, let's go to our level blueprint and drag this car into the scene, into the blueprint, and connect it to 3. Let's delete this one, number 6. Delete this one. Pawn. All right, so we got echo, echo, blueprint car. Let's take one of the ones from the end, which is, let's see, helicopter 1 and 2. Let's move this one here. This one here. And helicopter 1. I think I can Alt or Control click. Alt click? Yeah, Alt click. Compile. Save and play. Three. Oh, what is this? It's got to be a building. So let's go to cesium buildings. Select all descendants. It won't even let me select them all. And let's make sure they're all hidden. In-game cesium buildings. Okay. Save. So I'll take this a little more. Man, that tick is ugly. Okay, I can drive up on the curb a little bit. Alright, the collision doesn't work as good as you would expect. There it is. It's alright. If we were to take this off the spline, the collision would be a little different, but a little more accurate. But it's still pretty good. If I disable level streaming in world partition, I bet this tick would stop making my car like jump and jitter. Because I think every time some little tile loads in from cesium also, it's probably what happens. But I think this is nice. That was a really good solution for making that on-ramp. Probably going to avoid doing the interior of the parking garage. I just want to get the top. Excuse me. So it does look like this makes a loop. which means my subdivisions, I might have to have more subdivisions if I want this loop to happen. But I don't think I want the loop to happen. I'll probably create a custom mesh here. All right, so what I can do now is grab another spline. This one I can make it modified. It looks like this path is a little smaller. I can't tell. Could be the same size. I guess we're about to find out. But let's go top view again. Try to give it somewhat even spacing. Now we'll pull these spline points up, and I think I can just alt click. No, is it control? It is control. And grab these additional spline points. Pull them up all at once. And then we'll go and grab them individually and hit the end key to drop them appropriately on the mesh. From there, I can then grab all these nodes and then adjust their pitch. And then this one I'm going to want to bring back down into the garage just a hair. Actually, I'll duplicate. So let's pull it back and then bring it up just a little bit, because I assume it's going to flatten out in there. And that's probably going to be good enough. So we go back, we click on this one, we grab the mesh. So browse for the mesh in the content browser. And then we click back on this spline. And then we paste that mesh. And That's probably all right. Let's move it over just a little bit. So this one's slightly different, which means what I will do is I will bring in the parking garage path into the scene. We'll go to modeling mode. We'll convert it, hit accept, and then I'll browse for this and we'll rename it to parking garage path 2. And then we're going to replace this one with that new duplicated mesh. And then we'll go polygroup edit this one. And I think what I want to try to do is take about half of these, well, some of these. I guess first I want to insert an edge loop here. And then I want to grab everything from here to there. Move our pivot gizmo to this side. Stretch it. Oh, that's going to look so weird. Nope, it's not going to work like that. So let's, heck, undo. Let's move it up. Let's rotate towards facing this wall. I mean, that looks a little off. There we go. Oh, okay. I see why that's not working right. All right, let's move the gizmo down to here and then rotate it towards flat. And that should allow me to stretch this how I need. All right, so the goal here is to make this just slightly smaller to widen the sidewalk on this side, and then I'll add edge loops manually here. Doesn't have to be perfect, just it's good enough, I think. Done, accept. And yes, I think that's good. Let's see. Almost slightly wider. So this is a cool process. It makes modifying things so much easier. I think we only wanted to select from here to there. From here to there. There we go. Now move my gizmo there. Rotate the gizmo flat. And we can stretch this a little bit more. And then add another edge loop. And when I hit done, this will stretch out a little more, and that's great. I'll take it. Okay, now I can delete that. So I have two different profiles. And now I have a walkable path. And it looks nice enough for me. And I'd say it doesn't look like a lot was accomplished in this hour, 2 hours and 15 minutes, but every little detail like makes a big difference in the overall look of the design, especially from further away. I think the rest of this might be fairly easy. I could create a mesh. Let's see, is this all one mesh? These are all individual meshes. So we got this part, we have this wall, this building, this building, that one, and this one. Okay, not a whole lot. So quickly, I can grab a, let's just say we're going to use a box. Okay, I'll go polygroup edit, make this box slightly thinner. And let's just give this box some crazy bounds. Let's drop the box down. And bring the box, I guess it can stay right there. Yeah. Now I'm going to need to duplicate this wall, or that mesh. Probably I'll duplicate this. I guess I'll duplicate it all. As well as this. Let's copy, paste. And I will even go as far as to union all of this. Accept it. Let's make it one big mesh. I'll grab our rectangle we created, grab our unioned mesh, and then do a Boolean. We'll do a project cleaning later and delete that mesh that we created. And then I will split. So let me go ahead and put this in a folder. So forum parking. That way when I split this up, is it going to split into multiple parts, or is it all one part still? It looks like it's all one part still. Let's cancel, move it up, and let's see where it's mostly going to be connected here. And here. So let's do a polygroup edit. Let's grab this face, push pull. Okay, great. So now we created a little separation there, and I believe we're going to want to let's see, create some amount of subdivision, but I'll go ahead and accept that real quick. And I'll just create a box on top of this. Boxes, I love boxes. Let's polygroup edit, grab it all, move the gizmo to this corner, move the box to here, rotate to that point, and then stretch the box here, and then we'll grab the bottom of the box, pull it down, and then make sure that it goes all the way, let's just say to there is probably good enough. And then to here. Can probably rotate this. So actually, let's move our gizmo. Let's grab everything, move the gizmo to this corner, and then move the box to this corner. Yeah. And then we'll rotate it about right there. Doesn't have to be perfect. All we're trying to do is a Boolean operation, except grab my surface, grab my box, second, Boolean, except, split, except, and then control select what I want to keep, and then delete everything else. Now let's put this in that folder that we created. Let's put that folder inside of our FedEx Forum folder. Keep things organized. All right, and then we can move this back down. Now, one of the best tools that you can use when dealing with something like this, at this point, I mean, it's flat. So, you know, I would imagine, and I could be very much wrong, but I would indeed imagine that this whole top is flat. So let's reinvert cesium, and I call this puddling, to where like parts of the mesh peaks, like pops out over the photogrammetry in puddles, as you can see, which tells me that generally this whole top part is flat, and I don't really need to make any changes to this. All I have to do now is grab this mesh, the mesh we created for our parking lot path. Let's double click it, browse to the concrete pavement. Let's close that. And then I can now click on this new mesh that we created and go to edit materials, and then set that as the pavement, hit accept, go into my details panel, remove the world grid material, and then project UVs, auto align fit, and I think 250, if not 250, probably 500. That looks pretty fair. Proportional dimensions, and then let's just stretch it out a little bit. So maybe around 750. It's more realistic. Now it looks like we have a little bleeding or something happening here. So let me just rotate this and see if we can get a better projection. All right, let's go transform UVs. No clue why this happens like this, but Let's polygroup edit, select all, recalculate normals, and let's see if that changes anything. It doesn't look like it does. So let's just reproject the UVs again. That works for now. And this gives me something very close to a finished product. Oh, very exciting. That looks pretty nice. Now, it's not the exact material that I need, but damn, it's close enough. All that's missing are some additional like sidewalk pieces, light poles, decals, parking lot line decals. So let's make sure we save. And the fun part, it's like once I get all these rooftop AC units and decals and little details on here, I can then go work on the grass, which I think that's going to be easy given that we know how to use splines now and how to triangulate those splines and convert them into meshes. And then the flower beds. We are 50% there. Decals might take a minute. 1:15. Looking at the time. And of course, little details to these buildings would make a big difference too. Static mesh buildings. All right, infamous box again. Let's go and finish out the gray boxing of this building. It's looking pretty good. All right, accept. turn off invert cesium again. I'm going to save this every time I do that because I know cesium has a bad habit of screwing shit up when I turn it on and off. All right, I want to duplicate this. I want to stretch it like so. Drag it down, and we're going to use it in a Boolean. Let's set the material to world grid, and then grab this box, grab that duplicated mesh, and then Boolean accept. And now we can split it. Control click what we're going to keep, and then press delete. So now I have this. And that's good enough for me. Except it's possible that I maybe wanted to extend this side of this building out more. So let's undo, 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 undo. And let's do a quick polygroup edit real quick and grab this face and move it this way. And then let's redo that whole process. So grab this, grab that, Boolean A minus B, accept, split, accept, control click, delete. Now go back to this polygroup edit. Let's select all the faces and recalculate normals. Grab the top face and we'll do a inset, but I need to invert cesium. Let's do inset, and I want to inset just to the inside of this wall, and we're going to set the softness to 0. So let's go about right here. Invert cesium. Well, actually, no. Yeah. Invert cesium again. Select these faces. Merge them. And let's go inside. And let's grab these faces as well as this. And merge those. Maybe not this one. Let's merge that. Let's grab these two, merge them together. Go back to inverting cesium, and then let's push pull this edge up to there. Let's do a merge. So although it's possible to do this type of work in Blender, it's best to have that real-time access to cesium and not have to go through the process of translating between programs and scaling things. That's the absolute worst. Having to constantly adjust for scale when going between programs. Okay. All right, let's accept and Control Shift save. And then that's one part of the building done. The next is just as simple. Again, it starts with a box. So from here, I'll grab a box again and I'll put it on this building, this face. And we'll just do a polygroup edit. When dragging, you can always click or tap Control to snap to different surfaces. So as I drag this face, I hold Control on my keyboard, and it'll snap to different faces. It'll visually show me the bounds of the photogrammetry, for example. Let's go under the ground. Let's drop this down to there. Grab the top. Drop it to about there. And I wanted to make it so wide because I can now, let's drop it down just a little bit below so I can do an inset again. So let's inset to about there. And then we'll grab all the edges. Merge them. And we'll grab everything on the top, pull it back up, say to the highest point. Let's grab this interface now and then push pull, but we're going to delete it. So basically, we're going to pull it through the floor. And that gives us our cutout. What I could do at this point now is add an edge loop. Let's go inside of this. Let's say we can put an edge loop. Proportion offset. Am I too close? What's going on here? Maybe it has something to do with how high I am. I don't know. It's not. It appears it's not letting me add an edge loop. Let's hit done real quick and accept. Let's try it again. Or, well, no, I don't want to do insert edge. For some reason, I'm not able to see any edge loops showing up on the top. And that's just a little bit strange. Okay, no big deal. What I'll do though instead is just do what I normally do. Let's copy both of these buildings. Copy, paste. They're the exact same building. So one of them I will stretch again, just so that it covers the bounds of my walls, because if I don't stretch it, it's going to cut it here. So, which might be useful. Hell, I don't know. Maybe let's not stretch it and let's see if we like the outcome. Let's take one of them and turn them off. Let's grab this one, change the material, and then let's do a Boolean operation. And I'll do the same thing for this. And let's see what split will do. I should be able to polygroup edit and decompose this top face, control and deselect these two triangles, hit merge, and then grab those triangles again, merge those, and then push pull. And I can drop this all the way down to get rid of it. Great. Now go back into FedEx Forum and just turn everything off and back on. And now we have the outline. So that's gray boxing photogrammetry in a nutshell. All starting with using a box. Now I think I made a little bit of a mistake, but it's an easy one to fix. What I can do is grab this polygroup edit. Let's extrude off of this. Let's see, single direction, selected normals, or select the normals even. Let's just wing it. Nobody's ever going to come over here anyways. And then let's do a push pull on this to here. And then merge these. Now we save with every change we make, because sometimes inverting cesium frequently to show and hide the photogrammetry can cause Unreal Engine to crash. Looks like these are just generic I-beams. Those details will matter eventually. I'm going to turn my other buildings off, static mesh buildings. And then let's see, RH old and new, static mesh buildings, static mesh lots, paths, and props. Cut all that shit off, so that all we see here is the forum. I'll put the Great American Pyramid back in static mesh buildings and turn that off as well. And then also we'll put Crosstown. That way, when we invert photogrammetry, all we have now is the photogrammetry and the FedEx Forum, which is perfect. Now these bounds needs to go inside of, instead of being in volumes, this needs to go in ROH new. And let's do visibility hidden at startup. And from a distance, you can hardly tell, but you can definitely tell that I've got geometry here at the FedEx Forum. But you save that. We zoom out. I think the separation from the sidewalk to the road, that little cut, like that's really why I wanted to stress getting a cut right along the sidewalk, or at least under the sidewalk. You know what? That might even be better. So let's turn off game mode. Let's go top view. And let's take a look at our cartographic polygon. If I can select it, let's go to my data folder, cesium, CP polygon, FedEx Forum. I'm pretty sure that's not what is selected. Oh, there it is. What is it doing in there? Okay. So I'm going to place this inside of the sidewalk. And I think this will give me the result I was initially looking for. So I could definitely just bring this around and into here. We'll cut it off right at the wall. Probably not a good idea to have that sign intercepting. downside to doing it this way and not having it right along the outer edge is that there will be some artifacts that show up because you can't clip vertically. Therefore, any light poles that and signage that may exist in the photogrammetry for this area that I'm cutting out right along the inside of the sidewalk, it's going to show up from a distance. I think that'll be okay. So let's turn cesium back on. Let's go back to perspective and let's invert. And that looks all right, not bad. You know, we got the buses here. You do have a light pole kind of popping in. I do want to go back though and turn on static mesh props for a second. And we're going to have to manually grab all these light poles that I added to this scene and put them in a new folder inside of the FedEx Forum directory. Which I forgot to do at the beginning. That way later I can save this entire scene for the FedEx Forum in its own level instance. And almost everything. Stream in this whole lot as a level on its own to help to further optimize performance. Let's create a new folder. Let's just call it light. I don't know, lamps. Again, drop this into FedEx Forum and then drop that into lighting. I think I have a lighting folder in FedEx Forum, do I? Yep. Okay, area lights, forum entrance, sign, lamps. We'll just call it lamps instead of light poles. Close these accordions and let's see what we got. What is this? Tables. All right, let's put those under furniture. Call it folding. Table 1 and folding table 2. Let's go into that static mesh and rename that as well. Folding table. Already existing location. That is a FBX scene import. Oh. So let's do SM underscore folding table then. I guess we don't need this. Let's delete FBX scene. Force delete. And then folding table material. We'll call it underscore, which I need to delete that anyway. This should be a material instance, but no big deal for now. Okay, great. Furniture. What is this? Okay, building meshes. So let me just drag these into forum. Let's figure out what this is. Okay, so this is industrial rug. One. So I'm renaming assets in my outliner for a second. I wish I could just tab over industrial rug. Technically, all of these can have the same name, I think. It doesn't matter in the outliner, I think. But is there a shortcut for renaming? F2. Yep. Put them in a folder. Really, I would call this decor, but this is good too. All right, and now everything is organized in folders. So main view details, as you can see, my outliner is clean AF. Damn. Damn, son. All right, so now as I zoom out, you can hardly see the separation from the road to the sidewalk. Whereas if I get closer to this, anything that peeks outside of the sidewalk, like this part of the mesh, is going to show up. So I can't clip vertically, which is a downside to this method. But for the most part, everything is pretty seamless. Now the only reason I would need to invert the photogrammetry like this would be to be able to see the reference that I'm using to block out my scene. So if I invert it again, there we have it. All right, so that a quick solution. You know, if I could get it right along the edge, that would fix little stuff like this popping in and out of, the sidewalk. But this is temporary. It's a temporary thing. As for architectural visualization, if I wanted to come and create a video and some content surrounding the forum, this would be sufficient enough, to preview the work from a distance and have the context and surrounding buildings, while also maintaining high fidelity detail in, these other meshes here. And that's what's important. If I were to turn off everything that's FedEx Forum geometry and then invert cesium, it almost looks like my work that I've done on top of it. So for reference, this is what Google 3D imagery looks like in very low quality. The higher quality still isn't really that good. So if I go into Google 3D Street View, you do have a little more detail, but this is as close up as you're going to get to it. So you can more clearly see where the windows are. That detail would be significant improvement for Unreal Engine development because it gives you a little more of a crisp display of some of the minor features of the facade. And that could allow for higher fidelity editing, right? So, as you can tell, this is pretty clean. And from this viewing distance at this field of view, like the camera field of view, which I think is something like 100, you get a lot of detail, like those windows right there. I can't get up on it in Google Maps or, maybe in Google Earth. I probably could if I open up Google Earth, but I haven't opened up Google Earth in a while. In Unreal Engine, you don't get higher quality textures like this. You get a lower, like a reduced quality, as you can see here. Those lines aren't as crisp, and you notice an extreme amount of separation from the tiles. Google doesn't provide the highest quality textures at LOD0 to cesium. But off in the distance, just a little bit, this looks great. Let me turn off static mesh props again. It looks all right. So let's, but mine looks better. Or it will. All right, we got white rooftops pretty much everywhere else. All these rooftops are white. I have a material for that. All of it is white, except for the brick. Okay, so that's good to know. White, 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 white. It's probably a brick outline with the white. We can start with that information and get a better rendering. Okay, and this is also mostly white. So what we'd want to look for is, let's think how we want to accomplish this one. Let's grab this. I think all that would be white too. I just need to go and add some trim around it. So let's turn on the status mesh buildings. Detailed buildings. And let's go find this building. Edit materials. Let's go angle filtered selection. Okay, let's go add, and then let's assign active material, accept. Oh, whoops. Edit materials. Hmm. What the heck? I see what I did. I never actually assigned anything. All right, that's a good start. All right, there we go. So as we go from gray boxing to adding the necessary detail, this helps contextualize things from a distance. So we can remove that checkerboard. Oh, fuck me sideways and call me Lucy. I keep forgetting a crucial step. There we go. Roof vinyl, assign. Now I'm not sure what I'm seeing here. What the hell is this? Is that a box? Oh. We can go back and add modifications to this all later. But if we just get it looking accurate, I think that's a lot of progress. It's motivating to see progress every time you open up the project. Whereas if you do a lot of work and you see no progress because the type of work you're doing is more functional, it's hard to want to like open the project up again and like pick up where you left off. So I strive for visual aesthetic representation of like the hours that I put in. 3 hours and 9 minutes now on this stream, and what it looked like before I started the stream versus what it's going to look like tomorrow before I start a stream again is like it's exciting to be able to say, hey, it didn't look like this yesterday. Why am I doing a polygroup edit right now? Oh, you know what? It does kind of make sense to do this. All right, now that's merged. Whoops. Press the shift. We don't really care what the inside of this looks like. Since no character will ever get in there. It's more the exterior perspective that we are focused on. But I will go in here and see if there's anything that I can go ahead and just select. Just to be thorough. At some point, I want to triangulate this whole thing so we don't have this, or remesh this whole thing so that this triangulation isn't an issue. So I'll go ahead and add a material. And this is starting to kind of pop a little bit. Now, from a distance, it still looks a little weird because it's lacking some details, I think, and also when we're dealing with textures or different tiny assets, the shadows the fidelity in the shadows from a distance isn't set to be high by default. It's only when you zoom in that you start to get like to see most of those details. As you can see, for example, these signs, the shadows right there, they look great, but as soon as you get far enough away, they disappear. A setting you can change by entering a console command, but that console command doesn't stick with every launch of the program, so it's not worth entering it unless you're trying to create promotional footage or something. And I'm not trying to do any real visualization right now. But damn, that shit looks nice. That way, this doesn't look that great from this perspective, but the contextualization is pretty good. As in, boy, why are your shoes off, my boy? As in, anybody that has been here before can recognize those buildings. And they'll understand, like, okay, I've been here before. This makes sense. Well, damn. Now I'm going to try to drive off of here and see if I don't flip the car over. Oh, no. Oh, we got it. This is real audio from Bill Street, by the way. Man, this photogrammetry is absolutely crap. I do have some higher quality photogrammetry data, though, somewhere that I could bring in. And I think that data doesn't have vehicles in it either. Cool. After I finish adding details to the FedEx forum and have the exterior exactly where I want it to be, it's easy to then go and start adding roads and decals. I'll go ahead and show what that looks like. So this is a work in progress. What I like about what I've done with this is that I'm using a custom mesh that I created for this road that has some curvature. So if I do let's see, Alt 9, you can see the triangulation in this mesh. I could even go so far as to remesh it, and that would give it even more triangles. Like this sidewalk has been remeshed, so you can't really see the individual triangles that well. But as you can see these triangles in this road, and then I'm using decals on top of the road. And then I've done like custom curbs here. All of this is a work in progress, but the way I've been able to create these custom I wouldn't even call them profiles, but because they're all everything is unique for all these roads and intersections. Here's one that's remeshed. So as you can see, those triangles are very tiny. I don't know if you can see them on your screen, but the further I go out, the more blue it becomes. That means that that road has been remeshed, which ultimately means like I'm done with any manipulation that I need to do to that road. So I can go ahead and convert it to a static mesh, remesh it, and then make it a nanite object and use the complexity of geometry as a collision for the cars to drive over. Some of these roads were supposed to be on splines, but I wanted to do Boolean operations. If they were on splines, that I would have been able to keep the instancing of the custom mesh that I made, but I converted them all to static meshes, so all of my roads are completely unique pieces of geometry, which means more geometry, less optimization. Here's another example of a remeshed road. You can see kind of that perfect grid in there, whereas here it's still triangulated. Having that perfect grid gives a higher fidelity for the wheels to be able to drive over. And then since the elevation changes so significantly, like you see this is kind of going down a hill, and then this road also has, all the roads have curvature. I had to find a way to get these intersections to align really well. And then something similar here. It's like you got to remember the roads curve where if it rains, the water would drain towards the sidewalk on both sides. But then these roads also curve. So at the intersections, you have multiple points of curvature having to basically connect together. As you see, it's not I don't know what word I'm looking for. The symmetry isn't perfect. So while this road goes kind of down a slope towards the left, right? Whereas this road is higher than this road, you also have to take into account how the curvature of, these little roads right here are going to meet. So that means that this road has to kind of slant to the left a little bit in order for it to damn near accurately meet with the grade change here. A good example is this sidewalk. I haven't figured out exactly how to do this yet, other than using a lattice edit. But this sidewalk, I have to curve it or rotate it a little bit to the left so that it can meet with the grade change of how this sidewalk goes kind of down this hill. So the same thing has to be done for the roads. But since this is instanced static mesh, I've not found a good solution for curving this yet across the spline while maintaining its connection to each other sidewalk piece. And then this cul-de-sac was basically the top of a big ball. Like, I made the top of a big ball and I sliced it so that I can get that globe type of effect, to where, again, if you spilt water in the center of this, it would roll over to the edges of the sidewalk, because it's basically the top of a big ball. Not sure if you can see it from here, but all those things I had to figure out because there were no plugins and tools that gave me the level of customization and uniqueness to match the design to the real world. So I had to figure out how to bring those real world grade changes into my scene. Again, like, you know, if I, let's see, Alt 3, I think. No, Alt 9, which one is it? Alt 4. If I hide these roads, so like take a mental note of this intersection and these lanes, you know, let's just look a little closer. If I hide these paths and then I turn on cesium, you can kind of see how near accurate they are. Let's turn those paths back on. So I wanted every intersection to match almost perfectly to the real world. And that's a big challenge when you are kind of restricted by the use of plugins, road building tools that don't take into account real world data. And you can't just import, as far as I know, GIS information into here and get those road profiles to be as accurate as what you would see in the real world. So manually placing everything is challenging, but you know, it gets you this type of detail right here. You know, so in the photogrammetry, if I select all the roads, you know, this is what ultimately, this is what I want the whole city to look like, is to have every single road, at least not the whole city immediately, but all of downtown Memphis. So basically from about here, you know, let's say from about here all the way over to about here, I would be satisfied with. Now, it's not super open world, but if I can go from driving from like where the pyramid and the medical district is, through the business district, all the way through to like the residential area, maybe closer to the airport. I don't know. There's an airport over here somewhere that I would love to feature as well, but I mean, that's a lot. And we're talking manual labor. Where is that airport anyways? There's an airport over here somewhere. I can't really see it from here, but you know, I would like all these roads and rail features, especially the bridges, to exist in the demo. I've already got one bridge that I've started working on. Okay, let's go. Let's turn off paths, props, buildings. Oh, I turned it off in game mode. So there's my bridge. Design that in SketchUp. Work in progress. Still a couple things I need to do to it. And I think this is looking weird because it's probably got nanite enabled. Let's disable that. So one thing at a time, but you know, do what we can to build up the hype. By the way, I got this model up on Sketchfab if you want to preview it. I think if you just search Bass Pro Shops Pyramid, it should come up. But I would say within the next 10 streams, I'll get to a point to where I'm editing the roads and then pushing outward to these additional lots. So I'll do the sidewalk for this lot, for example, all the way around, all the way to here. And then we'll do a basic generic gray box for this building and these buildings. And I'll probably do something more immediate first, which means I'll do this lot and this lot to get all of Bill Street contextualized, and then push over in this direction, do this lot and this lot. And aside from doing gray boxes, like I'll add some details to Silky O'Sullivan's building right here. This one is not Dyer's, Alfred's building right here. And then Tin Roof right here. 3 popular buildings. Like those are probably 3 of the most popular, especially for the socialites. It's like, hey, you coming into Memphis for the first time? Where can we go? We're going to take you to Bill Street. Everybody wants to go to Bill Street. So the best places on Bill Street, typically Silky O'Sullivan's, because it has this entire outdoor section with goats. This is the goats little pen right over here. So I'll prioritize Silky's. Maybe this is Rum Boogie Cafe, as well as 2 other businesses that are like sister businesses to Rum Boogie. Insomnia Cookies and the general store is right here. Alfred's Rooftop Bar right here. And then the entrance to Alfred's is here. And this is like a patio underneath here. So those are probably priority when you go out of the FedEx Forum, or when you're going to the FedEx Forum. The best method of travel would be to take, let's say this is Main Street. You got your Main Street trolley that runs over here. And this is basically where I lived. So I started this project outside of my condo, which is right here, the third floor, my buddy's condo, and then South Main Sushi was here. So if you go into my YouTube channel, you can find some videos, not my live videos, but you can find some videos uploaded to my channel where I show the exterior of this area, where this is South Main Sushi, the two condos, and then Memphis Escape Rooms is right here, and then Arcade Restaurant is right here. This is another popular intersection that I want to have in the demo. So you'll have Memphis Escape Rooms, Little Italy, and then like the lot where the exterior of Little Italy is there, and then Arcade Restaurant from here all the way down to Max's Sports Bar, which is being expanded right now. The Central Station, which is a hotel and a train station. And then Malco Powerhouse is a Malco movie theater, which used to be a powerhouse where they managed the electricity distribution to some of the factories in this area. And you've got Ernestine and Hazel's, very popular go-to spot for dive bar, which is also the 5 spot over here. Here you have Devour Dessert Shop. I want to include that. If we go down this way, you've got Feelin' Memphis, which is here and here. These two lots downstairs are Feelin' Memphis. The coffee shop, I'll probably skip that for now. But as we push down, you know, the coffee shop, all of this will be added. I want this entire strip. So from here, Memphis Escape Rooms to the condos, I'll probably add some facades here. You've got Cristal Celebrity Salon and Barbershop. Here, I think. Or is it here? I think it's here, actually. And then the fire department. Behind that is the Civil Rights Museum. So I'll have the exterior of the museum done in the demo, I hope. Then you have Central Barbecue here. Move on down this way, you have Birdie's, the golf store, and Arrive Hotels with long shot down kind of in the basement down back there. We'll also include, we were going to do Puck Food Hall, but that's closed and it's just now 409 South Main. We might include that in a later update to the demo as a venue for weddings. Let's see. Then we have Stock and Bell. Move further down, there's a swimming pool here that we wanted to include. And then Slaughter Inn. It's interesting to see Google has updated this to include the outdoor patio. But this is Slaughter Inn. And then we continue down. We want to include South of Bill. Maybe Green Beetle, and why is the name not popping in my head right now? That breakfast spot right there, I forget what it's called. Go down a little further to include Chiska, Hotel Chiska, which basically is this entire lot right here. As well as this mural. And that, you know, the goal is to have the whole trolley experience. So we can ride the trolley down South Main. We'll include the Orpheum. And then get to Bill Street. And then you have the the Bill Street Memphis sign right here. This brings you over to North Main and the Main Street Mall, but for the demo, I don't plan on going this far. I do want to have a little detail on all the buildings leading up to this corner so that you can see these in decent amount of detail. But the goal is to go from South Main to North Main. So South Main, I also wanted to include this. Where is it? Maybe I went too far. No, I didn't. I also want to include Ghost River Brewery, which is here. And then Bob expanded into this building. So he's got this building now as part of the brewery, which is a restaurant section. And I also wanted to include Mama's Roadhouse, which is here. So ultimately, all the buildings between here, not all, but most of the buildings between this restaurant and Bill Street to here are the buildings that we want to include in the demo. Most of these buildings here are just going to be generic kind of exterior. It's a lot, but in the end, it's all going to be worth it. So ultimately, from here, all of these buildings to here. And then the pyramid, of course. So yeah, it's really ambitious to like bring all of this into one level for a demo at least. But while most of this will be photogrammetry, you'll at least have the experience of driving or riding from this trolley stop and Central Station all the way down South Main, seeing all those buildings in high fidelity, all the way to here, and then stopping at the trolley stop here, being able to get out and then walk down to Bill Street from here, from the Orpheum, either all the way over to the FedEx Forum, or in the opposite direction to Riverside Drive. And then we want to include this boulevard as well as, you know, from the pyramid all the way over to let me think where. All the way over to about right here, where this new construction is happening right now. So we want you to have the experience of going all the way down Riverside Drive, basically coming off the expressway to decide, do you want to go to Mama's and then take the tour from near the Budweiser factory to downtown? Or do you want to take the Riverside Drive route and keep going in and then go down this boulevard and then be able to see Tom Lee Park in high detail, which will also give you a vision of Mud Island and the Memphis sign, which is here. So I already got some of this modeled. I've already got a lot of Mud Island, like a work in progress. And I've done this project about 5 times and created a lot of content over in these areas. But I've found new methods of being able to generate roads and create buildings that I've scrapped my previous versions of these projects to try these new methods, and I've found a lot of satisfaction in the new methods that I've learned, which is what led me to ultimately choosing, okay, I've got 5 hero projects, 5 hero buildings, one of which is the FedEx Forum, the Bass Pro Shops Pyramid, where is it? Central Station, right here. Malco Powerhouse, and let's see, Central Station, Malco Powerhouse, FedEx Forum, Bass Pro Shops. There was one more, and the Coliseum. Yeah, I think that's it. I was gonna do the Coliseum. Oh, and also Crosstown. So while I'm not gonna have like, well, I don't think I'll have a lot of detail between Crosstown, Concourse, and like the downtown area, to where you can just drive past these buildings and have a high quality experience, in a vehicle. At the very least, I'll have a main road, main boulevard that takes you through these different locations, from the Bass Pro Shop Pyramid and the FedEx Forum all the way down here to Crosstown. I'll have some roads and highways, but you'll be able to go to any trolley stop and basically travel, like fast travel, to any other location in the project. Let's see here. And then all the way over here, you have Liberty Bowl Stadium. And I do want to include this. And of course, it's an ambitious project, but the more updated like Google's 3D tiles are, the more frequently updated they are, the more accurate of a representation I can get of what the current state of the Liberty Bowl stadium is, to then go and design that. But this is the what's the name of the building? Let me just go to it in Google Maps. It's Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium now, but you've got Memphis Sports and Events Center, and then this is the Mid-South Coliseum. So Memphis Sports and Events Center, it will eventually be another hero building, because I want you to be able to tour the inside of that. And then the Mid-South Coliseum here. And this is the site of the original site of the of Liberty Land. And the demo was also supposed to include Liberty Land with the Zip and Pippin, all the roller coasters. So the main purpose of this project was to let users travel back in time and visit historic versions of these places. So lots of progress, knocking out one thing at a time. I think I'm going to call it a day here, and be glad with the progress that I've made so far. This all looks great, and this is all very fun. I'm going to go to a different lighting mode. Let's see, detail lighting only. So anything emissive, let's see, lighting only. It's an interesting look. Oh, I see. Lighting only. Detail lighting. Lighting only also shows the cesium lighting, like with cesium geometry in there. Let's see what reflections does. It looks like it hides the cesium data. Okay, player collision. And then path tracing. Path tracing is going to give me more accurate view of that FedEx Forum logo too. But I will say, like, damn, when I look at the facade of the FedEx Forum where that glass is, I wish I could get this level of fidelity in the reflections of the glass in lit mode. I really hate that they removed ray tracing, standalone ray tracing as an option, and I need to find out if there's like a plug-in or something I can use to replace that. But this is fun to look at. Once you get things to a point that you don't have any gray boxes in the scene, it comes together a little nicer. And that's kind of my next to do, is start adding brick to the facades so that I can bring in some details. But damn, this looks very nice. Appreciate y'all tuning in to the stream, and hope you have a blessed rest of your week. I'm not sure when I'll be back to stream again. I'll try to do this every day. But I've got to start building my school community and my online course, which means that I will spend a lot less time doing live streams and a lot more of my time creating some intentional videos showcasing how to accomplish some of what I've been able to learn in level design for architectural visualization. In the meantime, I'll see you guys later, and ladies.